6:30.
All righty. All right, everybody mic'd up. You all right, Sherman? Got yours on? Microphone, you got your Sherman, you got your Sherman on?
You got your Sherman on.
All right, I'm calling to order the Fort Pickett LRA. I thank you for everybody for coming today who's here, and so I've got some more folks coming in now. So first on the agenda, I'd like to get approval of the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, when you look into Mr. Hawkins' report, you'll see that he's suggesting a special meeting. And in lieu of that, staff would recommend you eliminate the closed meeting item from your agenda for this evening.
Okay. Board members, you okay with that?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the agenda with the closed meeting removed from tonight's agenda.
All right, I got a motion. Got a motion and a second to do that amendment that was suggested by Mr. Costin. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. All right, I'd like to entertain a motion for the approval of the minutes.
I so move.
All right, we got a motion.
Second.
We got a motion from Mr. Vaughn to approve the minutes from the regular LA April 20th, and properly second by Ms. Simmons. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Moving on, I see anything on unfinished business right there, Mr. Costin. Okay, good. With that, new business, and Shane, I'm going to turn it over to you. Good. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. It's be a short agenda. The first thing I'd like to do is renewal of a lease for Restoring More. It's a general a contractor that rents a building from LRA. So I have that to present. Just a 1-year lease. And the second thing would be we have 2 student housing buildings. One is a 2-story barracks and one is a single-story barracks. And we found that we are starting to have a lot more female students at our college classes. And so the single-story barracks only has 8 units and 8 apartment units in it, right. And the other has 19. So we've decided to dedicate the one building for females. It's been done in the past, and we decided to do it again. The difference is there's no cameras and it wasn't much security, and I didn't feel comfortable with that.
Gotcha.
So we put secure locks on the doors, and we have a camera company coming out to install cameras. And it makes the parents and the students feel more comfortable.
I got you.
So that's the second thing we're doing. The Department of the Army contacted me, and we have an environmental company coming out to monitor. Apparently there's a number of wells that they monitor around the LRA property. And if you remember during the tour, we showed you where the old firehouse was, and there's an old fireplace and barbecue place. Mm-hmm. Apparently in that area there are some wells they've been monitoring for years and years. And our time has come up to do that again. So they'll be doing that over for 7 days in about a week or so. So it won't affect us anyhow. They've never come up with anything bad in the past. It's just a matter of routine.
Yes, so I mean, I'm not like drinking water well.
No, vent wells for,
okay.
Apparently in that whole area at one point behind the fire department is where they where they store a lot of tanks, propane and oil. And
oh, you showed it. Yeah, I got you now. I got
yes,
you.
Sir.
Okay,
and,
I'm with you now.
So that's designated. Apparently, even military puts a lot of their tanks there too, not just LRA. From like when a building is demoed, right. Or if they switch from propane to oil or vice versa, apparently that's the go-to place in that chain link fence. So they actually have. I never noticed it. They pointed it out. There's little tiny monitor wells all over, and the Department of Army thought it serious enough to ask me to come in and schedule time to help them locate them and do it.
Okay.
So it's nothing to worry about. I was told it's routine, but I didn't know they did it. So that's happening. Continuing the work with the work crew to clean up the property. Right now we're concentrating on weeds and things around buildings to make the buildings look clear, to keep pests and rodents away, you know, field mice and rabbits and things like that. And the last thing I have, major thing is mentioned one time before in a meeting, I have a local commercial laundry company that I reached out to that's going to replace all of our washers and dryers. We have 8 sets in different buildings. They keep getting broken by residents and students. They don't know how to properly use them, and it's taken up a lot of time and money to replace them. So I reached out to a local laundromat and the owner, and he's going to put in his own commercial washers and dryers at his cost, no cost to us. and they can monitor them by phone, and people can get a phone app and pay for their laundry service. It'll save everybody a lot of time and problems, and money in the long run, because I've had to replace 4 washers in 1 month in student housing.
I got you.
They broke them that bad, I couldn't fix them. So,
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask just one question, can we get an additionally assured certificate from the gentleman who's bringing those washers in?
what type of certificate?
An additionally assured, in case one of the units is faulty and.
Oh, yeah,
Go ahead.
I reached out to him and asked him to do all that. I wanted to see his general liability.
Okay,
insurance.
all right,
Yeah,
good.
he's a legit, yes, I did that.
Okay,
And a
thank you.
little agreement that LRA and Nottoway have no responsibility. If your machine messes up, if it messes up or floods one of our units, you're responsible for it.
There you go.
Yes, sir. Mhm.
Yeah, thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. And that's really it right now, other than the other items we'll talk about, I guess, at another time in closed session. As far
Well, actually, following the agenda, the new business is, do we have to approve this lease, this?
Yes.
MCC?
I'm sorry, yes, sir.
No, that's all right. I mean, you gave the staff report with it, so that's fine.
Yes,
So,
I don't know if I give it to you now or.
Let's go with the lease first.
yeah. MCC Restore and More?
Yes, sir. We went by his building. He is retired military and rents a building from us, and he does a lot of older restoration for older homes, and he does some work at the base.
I think you did mention that. Is that, what number building is that? Do you know off the top of your head?
It's
436.
436.
Gotcha, MCC Restore. Okay.
It's a single-story barracks.
So just a renewal for sticking with the 300?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the lease with the, at 436 for Restore and More at the stated monthly value.
All right, thank you, Mr. Roy. So we do.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion from Mr. Roy and a properly second by Ms. Simmons. Any further discussions or any questions or clarifications for Mr. Shane now? All right, hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Thank you, okay.
That'll be it for tonight. It's
That's
a quick
okay.
agenda.
All right, so
Questions?
was that, so that was, the F was the staff report, so that was pretty much mixed into that, right?
Yes,
Shane?
sir.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes, sir.
You probably don't see this, are you seeing the same thing we see?
I have it.
We'll get you one next week.
He sends us the material and we pack it, so, yeah, we'll.
Sometimes we're hard folks to follow, Shane, but anyway.
I understand.
All right. Now, so now we're down to like informational items. Anything on that?
The lease actions of the club income, anything you need to point
Yes,
out?
sir, I have that information here. We have had 3 proms recently, and we have, apparently this weekend, there's going to be a music talent. I don't know why, but it's some kind of hidden singer. It's supposed to be a celebrity singer that no one knows of, and on Saturday night, they're showing up and having an event for teenagers.
You're telling on me, Shane. You're telling
I
on
was
me.
gonna say, no, that's, I was gonna say, it's Mr. Vaughn, it's Mr. Vaughn.
So they're having really? So that's real
Yeah,
stuff.
and for some reason, they're not announcing it, and it's supposed to be a big hit. They're having security, extra security.
Okay. Well, you have to tell us who that turned out to be. I'm not gonna miss that party.
And as far as the finances, I have the income for the rents listed.
Okay.
And I have totals if you need those for commercial and residential side.
Okay.
All in the packet,
It's all in the
Yeah.
packet.
Yeah, you
Yes, sir.
got it. I see it.
It's all in the packet.
On the Officers Club is, how, I'm just curious, who's doing, I mean, people have to work on weekends, is Shane, are you doing that, or how you handle it?
Well, what happens is, they have the phone number to the sheriff's department as the same as our residents do. If something goes wrong during an event, the sheriff's department will get a maintenance call. That's how they do it. And then the sheriff's department will call me and I'll come out. We don't usually have any big issues. It's
Okay.
usually pretty straightforward.
Okay.
There's been no major issues that I know of in the past
Okay.
6 months.
Just curious.
I can tell you another thing about the Officers Club. There is a company that reached out to my administrative assistant Joyce, and they're part of the Historical Society, and they offer grants to historical buildings, especially on post. and they're gonna come out and look at the Officers Club, and I think at one point I even did an estimate of $32,000 to scrape and paint it. And this particular agency may be able to help with some or all that cost.
Gotcha.
Because it's a historical building.
Okay, all right. All right. Well, that's, looks like that's a pretty short, H is knocked out, right? Any of the LRA board members here got any questions, concerns?
No, I just want to thank Mr. Hawkins, as always, is doing a phenomenal job out there.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
All right, entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I got a motion to adjourn. So I got a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Meeting adjourned. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys very much. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
Good stuff.
You just want to announce you got 20 minutes before the,
Oh, yeah, people probably don't know that. So first of all, what's throwing me off is Donnie Bracy and Rose is on the wrong side of the courtroom. That's thrown me off completely. But I see, not that I'm calling people out, but look, no, but listen, our meeting actually starts at 7 o'clock. That was the LRA, and so just make yourself comfortable and feel yourself at home, and we appreciate it. We'll start at 7 o'clock for the public. Thank you. calling the, I'm not calling the order quite, go ahead, sign up. I am calling to order the Board of Supervisors meeting for May 18th, and I'm just giving Ms. Yates a hard time. We're not going to cut it that short. Thank y'all for coming, and I always love to hear what the public's got to say, so I'm glad Ms. Yates is here tonight. With that said, I'm going to have someone do the invocation. If I could, I was going to ask Mr. Jones if he would do the invocation for us. I've been to a couple funerals, and you do real well, sir. I don't want you to do my funeral because we're the same age. But thank you, Mr. Jones.
Might we bow our heads? Father, we come to you tonight to say thank you. Thank you for all that you've done for us and all that you're doing. And Father, as we come tonight, Lord God, to hear the board discuss business of the county, Lord God, we ask you, Lord God, to touch each one of their hearts, Lord God, that they'll be in the right place to govern the county according to how you would desire the county to be governed. Not their own will, but your will, Father. And Father, we ask that you continue to bring peace and harmony amongst the citizens and the board in this county, Lord, that you will be pleased. And Father, we thank you for all that you've done and all you're doing. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Mr. Jones. All right, we've given honor to God. Can we give honor to our country? Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Board members, and if you ran in and got in kind of late there, I think it was an agenda back there, so you can follow along with us. So if you don't have one, we'll get you one, okay? With that, following the agenda, I'm looking for the approval of the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Yes.
I'd like to add one item under closed session, the closed meeting session,
Okay.
adding section 2.2-3711A8 for consultation with legal counsel pertaining to non-current litigation.
Okay. All right. All right. That's one change. There's been an amendment to the agenda. Does anybody else have one?
Mr. Chairman, I've just got one question that we may want to, I don't know if it's going to be in Mr. Zodi's report, but I would like to have the board consider maybe under new business, if it's not in his report, about being prepared to go to another public hearing prior to adoption for the comprehensive plan.
Okay, so can we just label that comprehensive plan?
Yes, sir.
Would that be okay with that, board members? Okay. Mr. Rourke, I'll let you lead that conversation.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Any other changes? All right, so we got a closed session change, and then we have added on to new business, the comprehensive plan. With that, any other discussions, changes? All right.
No, sir, I move to approve the agenda with said amendments.
All right, we got a motion with the approve the agenda with the said amendments. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, got a second. Thank you, Ms. Simmons. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Thank you, Mr. Roy, Mr. Costin. Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the minutes with the amendments.
Okay, and that's including that work sessions too, sir, right?
All of the board meetings as well as the work sessions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, with that, I got a motion from Mr. Vaughn to approve the minutes and the work sessions as written there on the agenda.
Second.
I got a second. Any further discussion? All right, hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. All right, moving on. Thank you, Mr. Vaughn. Delegations from the public. We'll start with Mr. Sonny Abbott of Little Creek Road. Thank you, Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board,
Good evening.
fellow citizens. Nottoway County seems to have a rather unique reputation as of late. That reputation grows, evolves, or diminishes as those that are exchanging their opinions warrant. These discussions are expressed in numerous gatherings around the area. It happens after meetings, ball games, lunches, church. In fact, it happens everywhere. Many times, I come before this board, ask questions, and recently, Mr. Chairman, you have found it important to respond. Thank you. Opening the dialogue may have encouraged Mr. Costin to invite me to a brief discussion in his office a few weeks after the April meeting. I appreciate that he extended that offer. It was a respectful exchange. He provided materials that outlined the single sentence, suggested support dealing with the solar in the developing comprehensive plan. That was mentioned in the last board meeting. That meeting allowed me to point out a concern of one of his statements and an attachment he had provided in an earlier email prior to our meeting. On second thought, asking me to meet might simply have been because I was in the building and he wanted to give me the data. Whichever it was, I appreciate what happened. Mr. Chairman, I sent a message asking for additional information be provided to explain that sentence change proposed for the comp plan that deals with the cap for solar produced electricity. Whatever cap is determined needs to be described. The estimate number of panels required to produce the cap level of electricity. The estimate number of acres of land that will be under panels to produce the cap level of electricity. The estimate number of total or gross acreage necessary to contain a complete solar facility that can produce whatever that cap level of electricity is. Providing a cap or total amount of allowable solar produced electricity is simply inadequate for a full and complete understanding of the impact of a cap. Finally, it is with a heavy heart that I say so long to a friend who has chosen to leave her job after 21 years. She has helped me in a countless number of ways, and others, more ways than I can count. She has provided clear, concise, and accurate information on any question I've asked. Once learning and knowing that Ms. Tomer is leaving begs questions. Why now? Does anyone other than Ms. Tomer think it's a good move? How long will it take before this board questions the why of her leaving? Is there a story behind the story? Isn't it common knowledge that any time an employee with an excellent work record leaves just a few years short of retirement, there is something not being said aloud? Is this chapter 1 of the new Nottoway book of pending departures? Her leaving is going to hurt. Time will tell how much. Sir, I trust that there can be a response to the solar cap part, and the other questions must remain unanswered. I believe the reasons behind her departure, to the best of my knowledge, are simply wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Before you leave the podium, Mr. Abbott, would though, I'm hearing you right on that cap too, and thank you for your comments for Ms. Tomer too. Well said, sir. The one thing about the cap that I got to make sure, and Mr., I think we're going to talk about the comprehensive plan, so I won't go so deep with it, but I know this, that comprehensive plan is a living document, so as the population grows, you produce more electricity, which could increase the acreage. So that's something that we got to make sure it's understood with the public too as well. Are you with me, Mr. Abbott, what I'm saying?
I fully agree and understand that the cap, depending upon how it's written,
right,
it might be a small percentage, it could be a large percentage. If it's what was rumored to be equal to whatever is produced in electrical power in the entire county of Nottoway, there has to be a measure somehow to adjust one way or the other, up or down. Now, I understand that the comp plan's a guide, but that has to be melted in somehow to whatever ordinance should one ever occur.
Gotcha, yes, sir. And also, the board members, Mr. Abbott has sent me some information and gave Mr. Costin some information about helping us with the balance of our budget with some funds, and I appreciate your input on that, sir. And in my understanding, you did give Mr. Costin a copy of that as well as Ms. Tomer.
I gave a copy to Ms. Tomer,
But I saw it.
Okay,
you, and to Mr. Costin.
okay, thank you,
And
I appreciate it.
suspect that whenever that date is that we have that, I'll be back to talk about it.
Yes, sir, thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, next on the list for public delegation from the public is Mr. Jones for Lone Pine. And again, Mr. Jones, I thank you for doing the invocation this evening.
Again, good afternoon.
Good evening.
Chairman, board members, citizens. I come tonight to support the school system. I read the Courier Record yesterday, and I was saddened. Mr. Rourke, I'm coming straight at you. I don't cut no punches. I would tell a person what I need to tell them to their face that I would say behind their back. I was disheartened the attacks on the superintendent. If anybody realized what goes on in the school system, administration can't be held accountable for parents not raising their kids, parents not having their kids respect authority in the school system. And then when a kid gets in trouble, I've said in this year on here for almost 20 years as a juvenile probation officer for DJJ. And there are certain things that people have to follow when it comes down to when juveniles get in trouble. As I saw on your thing the other day in the paper also, names can't be given, age can't be given out legally, and all that good stuff. I'm just here to say that when you have someone in leadership position that's willing to go to further their education, to better enhance what they're doing, I say a thumbs up. If we're all right with the school board, her budget, I mean, we bring about chaos where there needs not to be chaos. And the county is, I don't know, I'm not up here for likes and thumbs up, but that's what's going on right now. We have gotten to the social media area, and we get all these likes and all these thumbs ups and everything, and we go crazy, and we forget about the real deal. When you started out, I met with you before you started out, I threw my support behind you in the park. And what I'm telling you is, tone it down some. Go to people directly and talk to them. Don't put it all out there. I mean, because when you put it out there, you can't bring it back. And then you got people getting all upset and don't know half of the story. And you got somebody that's working. I know that I worked with her on several instances with issues in the school system. I went directly to her. No problem. The guy taken care of. I didn't blast it out. Again, I have a child in the schools. I've been to school more times this year for this one child than I've been for all the rest of my children in their whole school history. I don't blame the school. I blame her. But when you have parents that come to school and the first thing, my child ain't done this, my child ain't done this, and then you want to attack the principal and the teachers, but your kid don't get held accountable. And now when administration say we got rules put in place for discipline, and they're so scared of public backlash that they just turn their head and move away. This is the eroding of our school system in our county. These are the people that's going to be sitting in your seats one day. And would you want them doing how they're doing now in your position? No. So I'm just saying, back off the school system a little bit, get to learn and know what they're doing, and stay in our lanes. That's the problem. I tell the church people all the time, stay in your lane. If you stay in your lane, I stay in my lane, we're going to work out fine. We're going to get where we got to go to. And I have stayed out of public politics for about 15 years now, trying to stay just, but I couldn't hold it no longer because I have seen kids going through things. Teacher tell a kid to take the hat off, disrespect. You send them to the office, then your parent come up there. So now teachers scared to say the thing because now you got school board members scared to support people because of allegations and lawsuits. Right. They can't do their job. And then you come back from another board, a governing board, and you get criticism. What does that do for leaders? We're not going to keep good leaders in Nottoway County. We're talking about mass exodus. I wouldn't want to work for nobody like that either. Every time I do something, it's criticized, and I'm ostracized. Why would I want to stand and do that? All I'm saying to you is take the time out. Some things we're not going to agree on everything. We're not going to like everything, but everything shouldn't be to sell Coburn's paper.
Gotcha.
And no offense, I know you got to make a living. It's all the bad news that sells. You never hear about how teachers take time to sit and study and tutor kids to help them pass the SOLs. That comes from the top, saying we need to do better. That comes from the top. But when as soon as we say the superintendent's going on gallivanting all over the place, going to workshops and seminars or whatever, that's so we can be a top-notch school. And again, that's all I want to say is I support you, Dr. Bryan, what you're doing in the school system. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Thank you very much. And I appreciate your honesty. And, you know, Mr. Jones, I just want you to know, I had 3 children too, and going to basketball games. And I was thinking about the sheriff's team back there. But, you know, Mr. Branch, he would make sure all the gentlemen took their hats off and stood up so we could pledge allegiance to the flag. And we wouldn't start until that happened. And that seems like something that's not happening anymore. But anyway, discipline has changed. But anyway, thank you for sharing your thoughts, and I appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, may I comment?
Yes, no debate, no anger, right? Okay.
All I want to say is when we talk about knowing the whole story, that goes for you too, sir, because this is staff that came to me about this. Staff, current and former staff that came to me about this, and plus there was a gun in one of our schools, and the public didn't know about it.
Okay. Thank you. All right. No more. That's it. Can we go?
I'm just going to say, you have to be careful with staff. Staff have hidden agendas as well.
Yes, sir.
If they can't, they're just like kids. They can't get their way, I'll take another avenue. It's just like kids playing parents against each other.
Right.
Mama said you can't do it. Dad is not there. I'll go ask Dad.
I don't disagree with Mr. Jones, but maybe we can have a conversation one day.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah, I think that would be a good thing to do, to have a side conversation on that. But thank you for both of you. Got on your views, and I appreciate both of you being gentlemen. Thank you, Miss Yates. Thank you for coming in a little bit slow out the gate, but I'm not going to bring that up. Anyway, thank you for coming. Tennessee Avenue, East Tennessee.
Can I make a real quick statement outside of what I wanted to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that I too will miss Katie Tomer.
Yes.
She's done excellent work for me. She's always followed through, and I think the loss of Katie Tomer is substantial to Nottoway County.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Costin has a copy.
Oh, I thought it was coming to me.
Please.
Yeah, do you mind if I get? Okay, thank you.
Good evening. I am Sue Yates from Crew. We are approaching a very important election in November. Part of my message tonight is to implore citizens to get out and vote. Instead of voting for your friends, cast your vote for the best candidate, because these 5 supervisors hold Nottoway's future in their hands. Ask yourself if each one of these supervisors have accomplished matters of importance to you, and do not forget their history during their tenure. Remembering history is important so that we can do better in the future. I searched for accomplishments, but wait a minute, I got all mixed up here. Now you're really gonna. Well, maybe it's right. I searched for compliments, but unfortunately did not find any in the past 12 years. With that being said, I would like to ask some questions of Ms. Simmons. 1, can you please explain to me what you meant by "we are going backwards like Mississippi," and how do current events in Nottoway bring you to your conclusion? 2, who are you referring to when you speak of "my people"? I have heard you say this many times. Not too long ago, you lectured the citizens and supervisors about working together as a team. Well, at the very same meeting, it was revealed you worked alone with Ted Costin to attempt to negotiate for the services of McGuire Woods. As I recall, there was an actual agreement or proposal with no deliverables, which required only your signature. I ask you, how was this working together as a team? Member of the board, you will you were willing to sign an agreement with your signature on a document that would cost our county $10,000 a month and a $10,000 deposit. Rumor has it that you claimed McGuire Woods could fix all of Crew's problems. Further, did anyone consider the fact that there was a probable issue of conflict of interest? And how about the $231,615 we have already paid out to Sands Anderson? Were you really okay with adding another $130,000 to the $231,615 to total $361,600 of taxpayer money? Can you share the thought process you and Mr. Costin had when you decided to do this without the other 4 board members? 4 supervisors. If it weren't so close to election time, I would pick up where I left off with the removal petition that was circulating, which was very close to being fulfilled, and start the removal process. I have already called for Mr. Costin's departure twice publicly. Ms. Simmons, why for so many years did you refuse to monetarily support Piedmont Senior Resources with a respectful amount of money? PSR provides wonderful services, and you were willing to just throw it all away because you couldn't get along with the director of the program. You were willing to hurt the elderly by denying them badly needed services because of your hatred towards the director. I will never forget, and nor should any citizen or board member forget the night that I brought a wheelchair-bound handicapped elder to the meeting to address you. She pled with you that night to not drop PSR. Many recall your jaw-dropping response at the end of the meeting when you became visibly angry and, in my opinion, falsely accused her of slandering your name. She never slandered your name. She begged you not to take the program away. What you did was shameful. In fact, you should have been censured over the treatment of a Nottoway elderly handicapped citizen. Ms. Simmons, what did you do for the citizens when the ice storm hit? The only board member I saw was John Rourke. In closing, there are other reasons why no one in Nottoway County should trust you anymore, but I only have 5 minutes, so I will end here. I believe it is time to call for your censure.
Mr. Costin, could I,
Yeah.
please?
Miss, if we would, I probably, as the chairman, I apologize to the public. I probably should have asked Mr. Rourke to respond on the comments from the members of the board. And Ms. Simmons, if you would like to respond to that comment, could you hold that until then at the end? Sure. Okay, all right. And I apologize for changing that. And just, I found out I'm not as good at this sometimes as I should be, but anyway. All right, with that, let's keep the meeting moving on. Looks like we're at the public hearing section right now. I'd like for Mr. Costin, if you could introduce the public hearing, or do we have anything written?
I believe we just turned it over to Ms. Bryant.
Okay.
From the Virginia Department of Transportation. We did have a sign-up sheet available for this public hearing, but no one signed up.
Okay. I guess if you don't mind, just a short statement, if you could, Ms. Bryant, to introduce it to us, you know.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening.
Board, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Costin. We are here to review the secondary 6-year plan that we approved over the work session.
Right.
And what I'll do is just go over the numbers of the allocations that were allocated across the 6 years, and then the list of projects. So.
Okay, that'd be fine.
Okay, so the 6-year plan is for fiscal year 2024 through fiscal year 2029. And Nottoway County at this time, at 2024, the fiscal year 2024 gets $110,000 per year. And that is $33,435 of telefees and $77,079 of unpaid money, which can only go onto roads that have 50 vehicles or more per day. And as we progressed through the plan, that number decreased a little bit, more than we expected it to. The telefees stayed constant at $33,435 across the 6 years. However, the unpaved road money for FY 2025 decreased to $66,381. The following year, 2026, that unpaved money decreased to $24,091 and remained that through 2029. So that will affect some of the projects in the latter part of the plan. So now I'm going to go through the list of projects on the proposed secondary six-year plan. The first project on the list is Route 1020 Custis Street. That project is about 500 feet long, and we have proposed to do that in the spring of this year or summer, before the end of this calendar year. The second project is Route 636 Reservation Road. We have proposed to do approximately 700 feet of that road to take in that railroad crossing, which is a constant maintenance issue for VDOT and the railroad. So that is the second project. That one is averaged about $5,000, and we were expected to be able to do that one this upcoming calendar year as well. The next project is Route 647 Jennings Ordinary Road. That project is fully funded. The cost of that project we're estimating at $53,000. That project is under development right now and is going through the scoping process, and we're expecting to be able to build that one soon as well. The next project on the plan is Route 684 Crystal Lake Road. That project is estimated to cost $80,000 and should be built in 2024 fiscal year. I'm sorry, getting a little tongue-tied.
Sorry.
The next project that is in the plan is the 655 Williamson Road intersection study. If you recall, that was added a couple of years ago so that we could do the intersection review, and now we are going to look at obtaining some right-of-way at that intersection to be able to build it as it is at this moment. So that's why it is still remaining in the plan, even though the survey is complete. The next project on the plan is Route 655 Williamson Road. That project is expected to cost $118,000, and at this time it is construction should be in 2026. The next project on the plan is Route 686 Barnes Lane. That project is estimated to cost $78,000, and at this time the construction for that project has been moved out to 2029. The next project is Route 652 Hawthorne Drive. That project is expected to cost $67,000, and the estimate for that, the date for that project has also been moved out to 2029. The next project is Route 685 Piper Lane. The estimate on that project is $68,853, and that project has been moved out to 2030. And that is the last of the projects on the six-year plan for unpaved roads.
So look at it, was it 9 projects? 1, 2, 3. All right, so thank you for the introduction of that, Ms. Bryan. So, ladies and gentlemen, just so you know, the board members had we had a work sessions to get ready for this public hearing, so it shouldn't be any surprises for us up here. And with that, I'm entertaining a motion to open the public hearing from the board members.
Mr. Chairman, I move to open the VDOT secondary six-year plan for the public hearing.
Second.
All right, I got a motion, and then I heard Ms. Simmons first to second it. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. We did have a sign-up sheet for this public hearing. If somebody wants to speak, and normally we say, hey, anybody want to speak for it or against it? A lot of times in these public hearings with VDOT, I have to have Ms. Bryant to help us out to have any clarifications. So does anybody have anything they would like to say, even though it's not a sign-up sheet up here that nobody signs? Anybody got any comments or something they'd like to ask or clarifications? All right, hearing none. Board members, I'd like a motion to go out of public hearing.
So move.
All right, got a motion to go out of public hearing. Got a second?
Second.
All right, any more further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. With that, I'm entertaining a motion to approve the VDOT secondary 6-year plan.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we got a motion, got a second?
Second.
All right, got a second, Ms. Simmons. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Thank you, ma'am. Good hard work. Don't go anywhere yet. You're back on the agenda later on.
I'm not going anywhere.
Okay. Don't drive off. Hey, you get it? No way. All right. Tough crowd tonight. All right, so.
Corny,
Yeah, I
corny.
know. All right, so next one on the list is a special exception to Sullivan, and I know we got some of the families back here. Mr. Adams is back there, but can you introduce this to us, Mr. Zodi?
Yes, sir. Good evening, board members.
evening.
Well, in our audience tonight, we have the Adams, Mr. Adams and his wife and kids and mother-in-law.
Thank y'all for coming.
Stephanie Pettit, she's a realtor. So I don't want to touch the cursed microphone. What we have before us tonight is a special request in the rural residential zoning district, slightly north of the intersection of Rocky Ford Road and Lone Pine Road. The site is 9.5 acres, and what they seek is to place a double wide there, because as you all know, in Nottoway County, you can the only place by right you can add a manufactured home is in the agricultural district through state code. In Nottoway County, you have to go through, if it's in C1 conservation or rural residential, and perhaps even urban residential. I don't know if it's permitted urban residential, but you do have to go through the special exception process. So that's what brings us here tonight. I did hear from one property owner when I sent the adjacent letters out, and they're simply inquiring about why somebody has to go through the special exception process. And that was all. He said he didn't have any issues with it, but he was just curious, and I welcome those kind of calls. So going through the 37 findings of fact, and the fact that this comports with the comprehensive plan, because the comprehensive plan designates this area as residential, and what could be more residential. Staff did make a positive recommendation with 4 conditions, and I believe they've already met. Well, let me go through those first. The special exception is granted for the placement of a double-wide manufactured home. The special exception may be revoked by Nottoway County or its designated agent for failure to comply with any of the listed or omitted conditions made by staff, the Planning Commission, and/or Board of Supervisors. Since VDOT didn't have any comments on this, I did send them a copy of the application. They just want to secure a driveway permit from VDOT as required, if required. And fourth and lastly, we'll need a well and septic permit prior to construction. They have submitted both documents to the Department of Health. They have received approval for their septic. I just need to double check with Jamie to make sure that she's good with all that. The Planning Commission did vote unanimously to recommend approval to the board at Tuesday's meeting on the 16th.
All right, thank you, Mr. Zodi. Does
You're
anybody
welcome,
got any questions for clarification, Mr. Zodi, before I entertain a motion? All right, I'm entertaining a motion that we go into public hearing for the special exception of Sullivan.
So move.
All right, got a motion, Mr. Vaughn. Thank you, sir.
Second.
All right, thank you, Mr. Roy. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. The public hearing is now open. I appreciate Mr. Adams coming here tonight. I'm not going to ask him to speak. He said if things go smooth, he'll be all right. But anyway, anybody here to speak for or against it? All right, hearing none. Entertain a motion to go back into to close the public hearing, excuse me.
So moved.
Second.
All right, got a motion from Ms. Shackleton, a second from Mr. Roy. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the same sign. Okay. With that, I'm entertaining a motion to approve the special exception for the Sullivan with all all the verbiage that was brought to our attention by Mr. Zodi from the Planning Commission. And I better shut up. Can I entertain a motion? All right, got a motion from Ms. Simmons.
I move to approve.
Okay, got a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? It is further discussion. I apologize, I'm on the Planning Commission, and I had to work late, and I should have been here and just let you know, the things that you guys need and the families you need things, we do care about you, and we appreciate it, okay? All right. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. All right, it's been approved. Thank you, family. Thank you. Thank you, Zodi. All right, I see there's none on presentations tonight, right? Okay. All right. Nice looking family back there too, by the way. Thank you. All right, Virginia Department of Transportation, that's your cue. Where did she go? Did she drive off? She's here. Come on up here, Miss Bryant. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Good evening.
Members of the board, Mr. Costin. So in addition to the report that's in your packet, I've got some updates for you. The Route 619 Tyler Road project that we closed on May the 1st for pipe structural repairs being performed by our local bridge crew. Those repairs are going to be finished early. We're actually going to reopen that road on Friday. So
Okay.
it's pretty good ahead of schedule, so we're excited about that. So with that closure, we had a request to perform a safety study on Way Road, which was part of that detour. The report was received and recommendations were provided, and we have started putting up some of the signs that were recommended, and there were some additional pavement markings that were recommended, and those are on the schedule to be completed. The Route 611 closure is still on schedule for June or July, depending on when the utility completes moving their line that's in the way. So as soon as we get word that that utility has been moved, we can set that date. The pipe rehabilitation on, I'm sorry. The rehabilitation for the project on Agnew Street in Burkeville, that project actually started on May 2nd and finished on May 5th. So they came in and took care of that project, and it turned out well, it looks well. We do have another pipe rehab project that we're going to be doing on Business 460 out here on Nottoway Road. We're still waiting on the contractor to actually schedule that work. That's on his list of things to do, so I'll keep you updated on that. The Route 46 bridge, the detour was put in place. It was actually closed on the 24th. The portable message boards are in place. We actually have one in Blackstone to advise motorists that the road is closed. Then there are signs at the beginning of Route 46 to advise motorists that the road is closed and to follow the posted detour. There are signs at the beginning of Jonesboro Road restricting vehicle width to 9 feet. And we did have a review done, and they are going to put up some additional signs encouraging large vehicles to follow the posted detour. So that's where we are at right now. We don't have a set start date for the construction yet. They are working out some of the issues with the steel, so we're hoping to see some progress. But right now, it's still closed because of the structure report.
Okay.
Primary mowing is complete, and the secondary route mowing has begun. The surface treatment schedule is complete. The slurry seal schedule is complete. We did turn in a few things that we wanted fixed on those, so that's a few punch list items, but everything I think turned out real well. A contractor's been coming in probably the first week of June, and they're going to start installing some additional caution signs on some of the primaries and some of the secondaries. So I'll do my best to try to provide you all with a 2-week look ahead of where they're going to be. But my information is only going to be as good as what I get. So,
Yeah.
and it's all dependent on weather. So the signal rebuilds and crew, they actually poured the junction boxes today for those. So all of the concrete work,
I know it.
all of the concrete work is complete, and the upright posts are installed. So the next thing that is to be worked on is the electrical boxes. So that's back on schedule, and they're continuing to work on that. So hopefully that'll be done before too long. And that is all the additional information that I had for you. Does
Okay.
anybody have anything for me?
Thank you, Ms. Bryan. Anybody got something?
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
Ms. Bryant, I want to thank you for the speed at which you all undertook that speed study, no pun intended, on Bible Way.
Yeah, that's right.
But I just want to make sure everybody heard, so some additional signage, some additional markings, but essentially the speed's not going to be lowered.
No, that road is a statutory speed limit, which means it is 55 for vehicles and 45 for trucks.
Okay.
So it is considered statutory, so.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
Just one
All
thing.
right. Thank you, Ms. Bryant. Thank you for with the 6-year plan as well. And you can take that bug with you with this flying around your head there. I know it. Just won't leave you alone with it. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate all the hard work you do. Mr. Cos, I'm just going to kind of go to, you have anything on solid waste?
No, sir, other than what's in your agenda packet for all the remaining items,
Okay.
Dr. Grimes is here.
Yeah, gotcha. Then we'll go on to number 7 then. Dr. Grimes, the superintendent of schools, you got a report for us, ma'am? Yes, sir. Thank you. Come on up to the podium. Dr. Grimes might have to move that microphone. I'm hoping people can hear you, but it's off to the, maybe you don't like microphones, but I understand. Okay, no. Anyway.
I do not.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Costin, members of the board, thank you for the privilege to stand before you this evening and share just a little bit of information about our school system. I don't like microphones.
Okay.
Side note, I sing in my church choir, and I make sure I stand
Stay
as
away
far
from
away
it.
from the microphone as
Understand.
possible. I like to say I have a choir voice, so let's keep it that way. The school year is coming to an end. We are in the midst of SOL testing right now. Things are quiet, but they also are busy. We like to say in the world of education, as the temperatures rise, so does the antsiness of our students. But spirits are good because the end is in sight, and graduation is scheduled for Saturday, June 3rd at 10 a.m. at the field. And we look forward to that. Once again, I always talk about the importance of collaboration and partnership. And I have long said in my over 20 years in education and my, oh mercy Maud, over 15 years as a school administrator, that we don't do this work alone. We require the support of our families, we require the support of our employees, and we also require the support of our community members and elected board members, whether that's school board, board of supervisors, and anyone else, because schools are not taxing bodies. We rely upon the governing body for funding, but also we're talking about our children. The work that we do has a huge impact on the children of our communities. And so once again, I have to say to the board that the sheriff and his deputies are just, you cannot place a value on them at all. And we have a solid partnership and a strong partnership. I can honestly say that I can call the sheriff at any time. In the evening, on the weekend, 1 o'clock in the morning. He's gonna fuss though that he called me at 2 and I didn't answer in the morning, but my phone doesn't ring at 2 o'clock in the morning. But when we had the situation over the weekend and one of our principals shared the social media post that was going around with the school resource officer, the sheriff immediately authorized his deputies to begin the work. And the communication between school officials and law enforcement agents began. The deputies investigated well into the morning, making a visit to a home at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, hence the sheriff's call on 2 o'clock or so. 2 o'clock or so? In the morning. Because we all take the work that we do very seriously. And there's way too much going on in the world today for any threats, whether the kid means it or not, whether the kid recognizes the seriousness of what he or she says, whatever the reasoning behind it. In most instances, the kids are just thinking, I don't want to go to school, so how can I not go to school? How can I get school closed? Or I just want attention. Or quite frankly, with the mental health issues that we have going on today that are escalated, or at least, I shouldn't say escalated. I do believe that many of the issues that we see today that are brought into focus and at the forefront are issues that have been around all along. But in today's society, we're more willing to talk about them or acknowledge them. But regardless of the reason, we take them seriously. And so whenever school administration receives information, we immediately communicate to the sheriff. And it becomes a collaborative process where we share information to do what it is that needs to be done to maintain or ensure a secure and safe environment for our students. So the sheriff spent part of his Mother's Day on his way to visit his mother by talking to me. And I have to thank him for that and acknowledge that publicly, because the work that he does, the work that our school administrators do, the work that I do, though it's not about me, I really try to build up everyone else around me. It does not have a definite start time or end time. Weekends don't matter. Nights don't matter. If something occurs, we deal with it. And so my son graduated from college on Saturday, and it didn't matter. In the midst of all of that, when the call came in, the work begins. But the sheriff and his deputies are strong, solid partners with us. I also will say publicly, I did send this out in a message to staff, that we take these statements so seriously that I, as superintendent, do not make a decision to open or close school without first talking to the sheriff and getting his opinion on it. Because it is way too serious and too heavy. I'm not a law enforcement person.
No.
I'm a school person. I'm an educator. And so I have to I can't say enough how grateful I am for that partnership and that collaboration, and to praise the sheriff and his deputies before you all for the work that they do. I also am grateful, though, to the parents and students who notify school officials when they see things, hear things that they know or feel are not right, or they're just not sure about, and they make the contact to make sure that someone knows and can respond. I am very appreciative to the folks who hear things and call me for clarification. I have said since I became an administrator, well before I was here, that I promise to tell you everything I can, as honestly as I can, as soon as I can. The reality is, as an educator working with young people, with juveniles, I can't tell everybody everything. Heck, I can't tell some people anything.
Right.
But I do promise, and I do live up to, because I don't take promises lightly, to promise to tell you everything I can as soon as I can, as honestly as I can. People get frustrated by that because they want to know more.
Right.
But we're really talking about young people. And I have an obligation and a duty, and I swore an oath to uphold that I protect the rights and privacy of our students in my capacity as a school administrator. I also want to thank our principals and our assistant principals, who are the school disciplinarians. When kids get in trouble, when they violate the code of conduct, when they don't do what they're supposed to do, it's not the school board office that deals with that. It's the school administration, the principals, the assistant principals. The only thing that comes before the superintendent to the school board is what the principals bring forward as a recommendation for a long-term suspension or an expulsion. Those folks work hard. It was referenced earlier, kids today are much more blatant about their disrespect. All of us did things, we tried things, but there was a line we did not cross, because we knew we'd get disciplined by the teacher, the principal, the neighbor across the street, and then when we got home, we'd probably get something there too. Kids today don't necessarily have that level of community impact on their lives and upholding right in what kids do. Our principals and our teachers and our assistant principals have a job in front of them, working to maintain the core values of the school division, working to maintain the code of student conduct, despite students who are sometimes disrespectful and parents who sometimes also are disrespectful. It is, though, important for me to say to you that our school principals and assistant principals and our teachers are working hard and diligently to ensure that they are doing the absolute best that they can by our students to help us maintain an environment that is safe for our students to go into, and one that is as free from disruption to the learning as they possibly can make it. Is it always that way? Absolutely not. Is there disruption? Yes, there is. Do kids do stupid things that they should not do? Yes, they do. And do we acknowledge that? Issue consequences? Yes, we do. Are there restrictions to what we can do? Yes, there are. If you'd like to know about them, ask me. I will pull out the code. I will pull out the guidelines from the Department of Education and anything else that I can share with you to help you understand what our school administrators have to go through when making disciplinary decisions. One thing that I will point out that folks may not be aware of, because I don't expect that anyone other than school administrators really read the code of conduct from cover to cover to know everything that's in there. In fact, I've had parents say, I don't read that thing, I just sign it. But we did include in the code of conduct the information for the general public. It is posted online about when there are disciplinary infractions, how those infractions can be categorized and how they can be coded, and what possible consequences there are for each category and code. It is out there in black and white in our code of conduct for anyone to see. And finally, I'll say this, words matter. There is a quote that words are potent weapons for all causes, good or bad. Words matter. I'm careful about what I say. Much is said today about just how bad things are and how bad people are. And though there is some truth to that, I also think it's important to highlight the good, because words matter. And so I want to take some time this evening while I'm before you to acknowledge those people who do the right thing, those who say something when they see or hear something, those who partner with the school division, those who hold themselves accountable, those who hold their children accountable, the children of whom they are guardians, they hold them accountable. Their nieces, their nephews, they hold them accountable when they do wrong, rather than looking for someone else to blame. I also want to acknowledge those people who don't try to excuse the behaviors, the negative behaviors of their kids, while expecting everybody else's kids to be held to a different standard. You do something wrong, acknowledge it, learn from it, move forward. There are plenty of parents, guardians, who have just that attitude and who partner with the school division in that way. Words matter, and unfortunately, we use a lot of our words to highlight the negative. I'd like to take the time tonight to highlight the positive and the people who are working with the school division, trying to hold their kids accountable so that we will have a world that is so small, in which our children who are youth today have the space and grace to grow, to learn, to make mistakes, so that they can be adults in the future who have learned from those mistakes, do the best that they can in everything they do with the intention of making the world a better place and the people that they encounter better people, rather than being self-serving and always looking to highlight the negative, rather than using their words, their position, their power, whatever it is that they do in order to bring about change that's good and to highlight the positive and good that we do have in the world. Because not to bring religion into it, but I am a woman of faith. God is still on the throne. He makes no mistakes. And if I walk around with the belief that everything is just so bad that there is no hope, then what does that say about my faith in Christ and the Lord, who allows us to be here and to do the things that we do and to experience what we experience? Our kids have possibility. It's our jobs to make sure that we support them, hold them accountable when they do wrong, but don't do it to a way that we knock them down to the point that they can't recover and they don't recognize that there is an opportunity to do better. Thank you for your time. And also, I too will add, if I'm crying tonight, it's because I'm losing my buddy. But job well done. You will be missed. Don't be a stranger. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you, Dr. Grimes.
Dr.
Appreciate it.
Grimes, when did you say class night? What day is that, do you?
Graduation?
Not graduation, class night.
I'm sorry.
I'll find, I'll call tomorrow.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Grimes. All right. If you would stop skipping school, you would know what night's class night. All right. All right, let's move on. Social services, emergency service, Mr. Hyde, thank you, buddy, for coming.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, staff, and citizens, Mr. Costin. You have your report in front of you as always. I just want to highlight a few things as I always do. April was a busy grant month. A couple bullets in your report show that, statements. April had 3 hazard mitigation grants that we now have. They've all been submitted. We're just waiting now for review. We also put in for the $1 million for the grant for the federal COPS program to help pay for the radio system in a couple years. And the good news is the state Homeland Security program just opened up, and it's open for 2 months. So we're going to be applying for more aid towards our large radio system. So that'll be another grant that we hopefully can get a little something from. Okay. It won't be quite as much money in that program as the COPS program. On the second page of it, Fire and EMS Working Group has been moving forward with our monthly meetings. I just want to point this out because this was in our Fire and EMS study that was done a few years ago. And also some other documents that we've had for review is we did a SWOT analysis with our fire chiefs and our EMS chiefs. We took our brainstorming from last year, from 22, and we moved it into a SWOT analysis at the recent meeting. So we've been able to do that with all of them involved. And the recruitment and retention, if you ever hear that on the street, we're getting ready to start a nice campaign countywide with all 4 agencies. That would be Blackstone Volunteer Fire Department, Crew Volunteer Fire Department, Burkeville Fire and EMS, and also Nottoway Emergency Squad. Everyone is in need of recruitment of volunteers, so we had a very good meeting last week at the EOC to whereby that committee that we have formed have the recruitment and retention people on it from each agency, and we are able to identify what we need to go. We're going to go for the low-hanging fruit first. We're going to go for the low-budget items like making signs for the areas that they serve to help with the volunteers, kind of like the yard sale signs you see, the ones that stick in the ground, things like that. And also, last but not least, this is hurricane season coming up in June, so I just wanted to, it's not in your report, but we just had a webinar this week. Hurricane season runs, of course, from June and November. And our peak for Southside Virginia is right around the 2nd week of September, as you well know. That seems to be the hot spot right around September for us. We're hoping for the best. The forecast for this year is just like 22. Same number of storms, same intensity is what's projected by the National Weather. They're looking at 14 named storms for 23. They're looking at about 6 of those named storms being hurricanes. And as you know, they start out around the Caribbean, so it doesn't mean they're all coming our way. If I was in Florida, I'd always be alert. But we may get a 1 or 2, but they will say that 3 of those hurricanes out of the 14 named storms will be significant. That is the same number they had last year, and as you remember, Ian went through Florida. That was one of the larger ones. And then we also got the word this week that we have finished the grant. It was no match requested for the shelter support trailer. So I'm happy to report that I worked with the Planning Commission in Richmond that was on a regional grant for this trailer, and we awarded the sale of this trailer. We like buying local, and the award went to Irby Equipment Sales. So I went over and talked to Mr. Woodson Irby yesterday. I went over to his place to get him prepared for this purchase. And what they'll do is our regional council will be making that purchase and moving the money over to do that. And that will be a shelter support trailer for Nottoway County that will allow us to store goods in the trailer to go to any one of our 3 designated shelters if we need to move things around. And with that, and I believe the emergency operations plan, which was a big item in your agenda, that's coming up in a few minutes. I'll see you in a few minutes. Any questions on the report?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate your help there. All right, Mr. Zodi, as far as the planning and economic development.
Excuse me, 2 things I'm not going to add to this, but I would ask permission to defer my comprehensive plan comments under the new agenda item as well.
Okay, that'd be fine.
And then secondly, I do want to let y'all know that I attended this wonderful, it's the STAC committee, it's a Mid-Atlantic Regional group. It's the Scientific Technical and Advisory Committee, and they held a 2-day workshop. I attended via Zoom, but it's the best management practices to minimize impacts of solar farms and landscape hydrology and water quality. And this is, I think, very educational. I distributed to the members of the public at our Tuesday Planning Commission meeting, and anything I share with the Planning Commission, I think it's right that I share it with you as well. But it's an excellent primer, not because most of the panelists were from Virginia Tech, go Hokies, but there was some really good content on how we could prevent the issues that we hear about.
I got you. Okay.
I felt it was very objective, and it was easy enough for me to understand, the VCU RAM in me. But let me go ahead and hand these out to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Zodi. I appreciate that.
There will be no test, because I'm not going to do that. Thank you. Sure. Mr. Roosh, I'll give you another one. But it's excellent source material. It shows you what it is, what the issues are, and how they can be resolved.
Okay, gotcha.
But I think it's very worthwhile.
Thank
You're most welcome.
All right.
And that's really all I have for it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Zodi. I know we'll see you shortly too then. Again, thank you, sir. All right, going down following the agenda, I didn't see Ms. Brown, the circuit court clerk. I see Mr. Sheriff Jones back here. Sheriff, you got anything you want to report on?
Nothing to report.
Okay.
I just would like to make a statement though. I just want to thank Ms. Thomas. She's been great to work with. She's always worked that hard. She came all the way through the ranks. Done an excellent job, and we're gonna miss you.
Right. Ground up, I get it. Thank you. And you got somebody beeping back there. Thank you, Sheriff. All right. Miss Mott, I didn't see her. Miss Hudson and Miss Leanne Walters, our Commonwealth Attorney. You got anything? Nothing. Thank you, ma'am. All right. Keep following the agenda. If we could flip over. Some unfinished business. So we have an appointment for the recommendation of BZA. Mr. Costin, you want to introduce that to us?
Yes, sir. You've had this open appointment for a while. We did run an ad in the newspaper. We did have someone identify that they would be interested. However, just prior to that, Ms. Simmons had indicated that she had already identified somebody, so I would turn the item over to Supervisor Simmons at this time. You do have a suggested motion that does not identify the individual.
Okay. All right, Ms. Simmons, you got the floor, ma'am.
All right. All right, I move that Rick Payne, West Virginia Avenue, be appointed to the RZA zoning appeals.
Second.
board.
All right, so you got a motion for Mr. Rick Payne of Crew, right?
Yes.
To take the appointment of the BZA. And you got a second from Mr. Rourke. Any further discussion? All right. Irene, you'll be glad to get that one filled, ain't you? Okay. All right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. All right. Thank you, Ms. Simmons.
Oh, thank you.
We will draft up the paperwork and send it over to the circuit court that actually makes the appointment.
Okay.
Okay, and there was another person that was interested, and if something else comes along, then
But that's good. That's
happy
really
to
good.
appoint-
Yeah, and it's good that
appoint
people are
him.
interested in helping with government. We really appreciate it. All right. Now, Mr. Zodi, I'll get you to come on back up to the podium. This is for the Virginia 250 committee funding request.
Yes, sir. I'm here before you all tonight to request funding in the amount of $2,500. Through the graciousness of the towns, thank you, Mayor Green, and Mayor, the Mayor of Burkeville, and then Crew.
Right.
They all donated $2,500 each.
Yeah,
And this
it
is
had to
for-
be 10,000, and each town has put in 2,500. And now it's time for, what I'm hearing is it time for the county to either put up or shut up?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, gotcha.
But this is not for a marketing leverage grant. This is through the Virginia 250 organization, and it's just signage and then advertising to let people know what events are going to be happening.
But I also want to recognize Mr. Figler has done a lot of hard work
He's been excellent.
getting this together and trying to keep us all together on the same page. So I really do appreciate all her hard work for the Historical Society for Nottoway. All right. With that said, I'm entertaining a motion to approve $2,500 for this funding request. So the county will participate with all three towns.
I so move, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we got a motion, Mr. Vaughn. Got a second?
Second.
Got a second. Ms. Simmons, thank you. Any further discussion? Any clarification? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Thank you,
Mr.
Board, very
Zodi.
much.
Thank you. And please let Ms. Figler know we appreciate all her work. Certainly will. Okay. Animal shelter update. Mr. Costa.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, you've got a brief memo from me in your packet. reporting that the non-mandatory pre-bid conference was held on May 3rd at the Burkeville Volunteer Fire Department, after which there was a site visit conducted. We had 2 firms attend. One, however, has indicated that they would not pursue submitting a bid. However, through the process, it's a portal that you have to access through to get to the bid documents. There has been an uptick in activity on the portal. We may be up to 3 or 4 firms that are interested, along with at least one local company and several subcontractors. So there seems to be some interest picking up in the project. We will know more on May 25th at 2 p.m. That is the scheduled time for the bid opening. And also in the last couple of days, we've received an update from the Department of Environmental Quality on some checklist items that they need to have completed in between the county staff and RRMM. Those items are being addressed. I'd be happy to take any questions you have, but at this point, we're really just kind of in a wait-and-see mood for May 25.
Okay. All right, any questions, clarifications? No, sir. Thank you for that report, sir. And please keep the animal shelter update on the unfinished business, if you will.
Will do.
All right. New business, we got the emergency operations plan. Mr. Hyde, would you come on back up to the podium again and introduce this in somewhat? And I want to thank you for a good, productive work session that I missed probably 3/4 of it again, but I did look at it, and my board members updated me, so I appreciate all your hard work on that.
Right, we appreciate all of you as well, Mr. Chair, members of the board, staff, everyone involved, all the stakeholders. This is a moment we've been waiting for. It was a little bit longer than we wanted it to be, but EOC was a project that we had some unpredicted things, and we had a lot of other things going on. The good news is, this is the 3rd plan as well since I arrived that I've had an opportunity and an honor to work on. As soon as I first arrived, the hazardous materials mitigation plan was a little bit more urgent than this one, even though this was the top plan. This is the large plan, the master plan, if you will, of emergency operations. And the first one we did was the hazard mitigation plan, which was tied to our grant. So we had to do that first with the CRC. Then we had the cybersecurity plan that we did. And this is the 3rd plan, and we have 3 more to go. But the ones ahead of us that I'm going to be working on with all of you are smaller. So this is the large one. It's in front of you. You have the electronic copy. I appreciate all of you being at the briefing last week. I think that went well with VDM coming in and sort of, laying the tone out for what we do in an emergency and how we declare and et cetera. It was a good refresher for a lot, even though you had lived the ice storm and other events. So the 2 documents, promulgation and the implementation, is page 8. That'll have to be signed tonight, and basically, we don't see that document much because we normally see resolutions, which is your second signature page, which is page 10. The promulgation simply puts the plan in force, and that's a Virginia sort of codified and in a standard template. Anyone that adopts a plan does a promulgation. So it puts it in force. When you sign it, it officially announces the plan and makes it official, giving them both the authority and responsibility to everyone that's identified within the plan to perform their given task. But with that, those are the 2 sections that require some ink. But other than that, I think it follows by about 200 and some pages, and it's pretty well. Pretty well packed for information. It's good reading. It's a lot of template material also, but it's a reference document, and that's the thing we want to all remember. It's just a large reference document. Usually if we have an event, we'll probably use just several pages out of it at a time, so depending on what the event is. But I'm here for questions.
Well, I'm not hearing any questions, right? Anything, comments? Anyway, Mr. Hyde, you worked, go ahead, Mr. Costa.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to point out a couple of things in my memo. I think it's important for folks to know that FEMA has this catchphrase. It's called the whole of community. And Mr. Hyde talked about the input. This input came from the school system, social services, all the first responder agencies, VDOT, the forestry department, extension. It's driven the creation of what started out as a faith-based organization, but now has become more of a civic organization. It's really taken on a life of its own just in getting the plan written. That's one thing I'd like to point out. The second thing I'd like to point out is the EOP has captured lessons learned from events locally, certainly from the ice storm, but also as recently as the East Palestine train derailment. So this is a very, very current and up-to-date plan. Staff would certainly recommend that you adopt it in recognition of the resolution that's in your packet this evening, and go forward with this plan, replacing the one done in 2016.
Gotcha. All right. Well, yeah, that's pretty well said, Mr. Costin. It's way overdue, like Mr. Buddy said, and it took a long time to get there, but we're almost there. So appreciate all your hard work and appreciate all the input from the community and so that collaborative group that gets together and gives their input. A lot of hard work. With that said, I'm entertaining a motion to approve this emergency operations plan.
So moved.
So move.
All right, I got a motion, Mr. Rourke at the gate, and then second by, is that a second, sir?
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. I got a second by Mr. Vaughn. Any further discussion? All right, hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. I got to clap a little bit. Just a little bit. That one has been, you know, it's a good guideline, and you don't, I teased Buddy a little bit. We got it. The EOC is updated. The emergency operations plan. I said, man, and if we just can get an emergency. He said, do not say that, Steve. But anyway, no, we don't want an emergency, but we want to be prepared. Thank you, buddy.
But we'll be ready if we are.
That's right.
And it's a great team out here, great team. And like I said, it's too many to mention, but like you mentioned, school system, sheriff's department, social services, and all the fire and EMS agencies, and I don't want to leave anybody out.
Okay.
Before I walk away from the podium, I just want to say this too, to echo what some others say, but this is from the heart for me. I'm really gonna, we're gonna miss working with Katie Tomer. Right. Just been a real pleasure, and I've said this before in public, I think at one of these meetings, that she was raised with a parent that was in the fire department, and I've known her for many years, and so never had a chance to work with her, but the understanding of the fire and EMS has just been phenomenal. She has that, and then to be able to take the finance part and to help, and it was a pleasure working with her on the emergency services part of the budget as soon as I hit the door. But just like I say, I've known her family and all of that, but we're really going to miss working with you. And we really wish you the best, whatever you do. And certainly don't be a stranger, but it's been a real pleasure. She's been a real asset to us.
And I think, we done heard a lot here today. She's going to come to the podium. So y'all give Katie a big hand if you would. She's done a good job. I know. Now you're crying, you can't talk, can you? That was my whole plan. No, Ms. Tomer, I will say this, and we will have more discussions later, but it's obvious that this is like you've made a family here, and a lot of people here care about you. So, but anyway, thank you for coming to the podium for this and still conducting business. And I know it's not easy, but thank you.
Thank you. You all ready?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Your fiscal year 2023-2024 budget, which begins July 1st, 2023, totals $48,025,765. This budget has been balanced using $40,027 of the general fund reserves specifically for the landfill. There is anticipation that the first phase of the waste management study will offer opportunities to avoid use of those reserves. There are no proposed tax rate increases in this budget. The rates remain as follows. Real estate at 48 cents per hundred evaluation. All tangible personal property, with the exception of household and kitchen furniture, vehicles without motive power used as mobile homes, and boats or other watercraft used for business or pleasure, is $3.15 per hundred evaluation. All tangible personal property on business property, utility trailers, transfer trucks, and boats remains at $3.75 per hundred evaluation. Mobile homes remains at 48 cents per hundred evaluation. Machinery and tools remain at $1.35 per hundred evaluation. There is no assessed rate for merchant's capital, and there is no assessed rate for farm machinery, implements, or equipment. Motor vehicles specially equipped to provide transportation for physically handicapped individuals remains at $2.35 per hundred evaluation. Aircraft remains at $1 per 100 evaluation. The reduced rate for emergency services volunteers for one vehicle remains at $1 per 100 evaluation. The PPTR has been calculated by the Commissioner to be 41%. The Commonwealth's reimbursement to the locality remains at $1,049,790. I have expressed to Commissioner Hudson Supervisor Rourke's desire to have an actual figure on the gain from the PPTR reduction from 45 to 41. Her staff, as of today, her staff is nearly finished with all of the personal property assessments, and she is anticipating having this figure ready for you all first of next week. She said hopefully Monday. This ensures that you all get that figure well ahead of the public hearing on the budget. There is an ordinance being proposed along with the budget as well that increases the courthouse security fees from $10 to $20. Of note, in revenue, in addition to the increased courthouse security fee, is the reduction for late filing penalties, which comes as a result of board action taken during the current year to waive those penalties on passenger vehicles. There will still be a penalty assessed for aircraft, business property, mobile homes, and machinery and tools. There's a notable increase in local sales and use tax. There was a change from the more conservative amount that was originally budgeted. Additionally, there has been a projected increase in revenue from the use of money. Based on financial advice from the county's financial advisors, there is a plan to develop new methods of investment of county funds. What has been budgeted may be a slightly conservative number, but I think it's better to err on the side of caution there. There was an effort to budget upfront several successful annual grants in hopes of avoiding the need for so many budget adjustments throughout the fiscal year. Examples of that are the LEMPG grant, the Burn Justice and DMV grants for the sheriff, and the Imagination Library funding for the library system. There has been a successful ARPA grant award for the sheriff's office that has been included. That's $260,000, and they are extremely happy about that award. The total local appropriation to schools is currently budgeted at $5,739,282. This consists of a required local effort and match at $5,458,424 and an ANTC contribution of $280,858. The ANTC contribution is a $124,000 reduction from fiscal year 23. The average daily membership used for budgeting purposes for fiscal year 24 is at $17.25. The previous school year ended with an ADM of $17.17. The LRA fund is balanced using $195,000 from the land sale reserves. There's an increase in the expected interest income budgeted here as well. There has been discussion between the board and the LRA property manager about the future of certain LRA properties, and there continues to be evaluations on the best use of these properties. You have a new revenue and expenditure fund included for fiscal year 24, the Piedmont Alternative School. If you remember, just a few months ago, this board took formal action to appropriate those Piedmont Alternative School funds that were formerly budgeted through ANTC. This will now be a recurring fund in the county's annual budget. The landfill revenue estimates have been adjusted according to the fiscal year 23 year-to-date collections, and they've proven to be much lower than anticipated during budget preparation last year. We did lose one of the larger commercial accounts early in fiscal year 23, so that has an effect, albeit minimum. As I mentioned a bit earlier, the results of the waste management study will hopefully shed a great deal of light on what direction the county will need to go concerning the future operations of the landfill. The large increase in the planning fund is directly related to the town of Blackstone request for financial assistance with a weatherization project they are undertaking. This same figure is reflected in the expenditures as well. Moving on to expenditures. The board made the decision at its last budget work session to remove all proposed salary increases from the budget and in turn declared a minimum of 2% across the board once the state budget has been decided. There will need to be an additional appropriation at that time. The expenditures were balanced utilizing expected carryovers from fiscal year 23. This plays out in numerous departmental budgets, all of which were shared with you after the last work session. Of note in expenditures, the board's discretionary fund has been set at $25,000. There is a plan to lease a replacement vehicle for the county van. This annual lease payment has been placed in the county administration budget. Legal services were budgeted at $50,000 at the request of the board, with the expectation of the board keeping a closer eye on these expenses. The audit fees reflect the new contract for services with Robinson Farmer Cox Associates, as well as the expense related to the treasurer's turnover audit. The remaining expense of the real estate reassessment has been budgeted at $125,000. The registrar requested a salary increase for the deputy registrar in excess of the State Board of Elections 5%. This board's direction was to reduce that. The Commonwealth's attorney requested a realignment of her current administrative assistant, as well as 2 new positions, both an additional attorney and an administrative assistant. This board's original direction was to cut this. The board reconsidered its decision and directed to include the realignment of the current administrative assistant and the hiring of the additional administrative assistant. That has been included. The expense related was $61,510. The sheriff's budget includes funds for a full replacement of their body camera system, a new property and evidence inventory system, replacement of 2 officer tough books, night vision goggles, an evidence trailer, a DART simulation training system, along with a menagerie of other police supplies. This is being funded by the ARPA grant I mentioned previously when discussing revenues. The sheriff requested 2 new vehicles, as he's done in the past few years. The board's direction was to cut that to 1. There is a notable reduction in dispatch. These funds were budgeted for fiscal year 23 to install a 3rd dispatch terminal. That has been completed, and they aren't necessary for 24. There's a notable increase in the school resource officer budget. There's a 5th school resource officer salary and fringes budgeted for 24. This budget also includes outfitting that officer, supplies, vehicles, and the like. There have been a few line items added for the emergency services coordinator, including line of duty coverage, contracted services for the EOC, telephone expense specifically for the EOC, personal protective equipment for the coordinator, purchase of supplies for the emergency shelter support trailer Mr. Hyde just mentioned, and funds to assist with a countywide fire and EMS recruitment and retention effort. The $1,800 that was originally budgeted for the MedFlight program was removed. The funding request was recently withdrawn, as Virginia State Police are now providing additional support for that program. There's an 8% funding increase included for volunteer fire service. This was a mutually agreed upon increase. Additionally, there is a $5,000 budgeted amount for the specialized maintenance for the new Blackstone Fire aerial. There's an approximately 20% funding increase for the Burkeville Volunteer Rescue Squad as a result of their request for additional funding to offset rising operational expenses. There is a new budget line under correction and detention for the annual payment for the ABM Energy and Security Project that is now underway. The county made a $25,000 down payment in the current fiscal year and will be obligated to an estimated $42,000 annual payment for the next 10 years. I mention that because Mr. Costin and I had previously thought that that was going to be a shorter term. It's not. It's 10 years. For animal control, there is money budgeted for regularly scheduled part-time help, which was put in place in fiscal year 23. There's a new line added for property insurance as I continue to break these types of expenses out so that they're more transparent in those budgets. The general properties budget was reduced based on direction from the board to aid in balancing the budget. The annual contribution for Crossroads Community Services Board remains at $42,000. The fiscal year 24 contribution to STEPS has been increased to $35,939 to include a $15,000 request for contribution towards their domestic violence efforts. The public assistance budget reflects doubled legal fee expenses, increased travel-related expenses as they plan to fill a few vacant positions that will require job training. There is funding in this budget for modifications to the current DSS office space to accommodate the need for additional space. This project was recently authorized by this board to be completed using 23 funds. The funding for 24, however, was left in place, as you all recently heard Director Reed's plea for additional space. It is the anticipation that should there be a plan to accommodate that, that funding will be there to assist with that. There is also a plan in place to lease a vehicle for DSS, and an annual payment for this has been included in that budget. The annual contribution for Piedmont Senior Resources remains at $17,857. The Child Services Act coordinator position has been proposed as full-time for fiscal year '24. The caseloads are continuing to increase, and the need for this full-time position has been expressed strongly by DSS staff as well. The budget includes the full-time salary of $37,440 and associated fringes. The contribution to the Southside Virginia Community College is slightly decreased at $6,167. The debt service budget contains annual principal and interest on 2 school bonds, as well as an interest payment on proposed debt service for county capital projects, those being the animal shelter and the public safety radio system. Recreation, culture, and transportation includes the annual contribution to the 3 towns, $2,000 to each respectively for recreation. The Virginia Crossroads dues remain at $4,500, and the Blackstone area bus contribution remains at $14,840. There is a new contribution proposed for the Town of Blackstone Juneteenth Committee. They submitted a later request for $5,000. There were 3 requests made from non-governmental agencies that were originally included in the budget, but were later removed to aid in balancing the budget. Those requests were from the Heart of Virginia Free Clinic, Piedmont Area Veterans Council, and Piedmont Habitat for Humanity, and they were $1,000, $5,000, and $5,000 respectively. The community development budget includes annual dues to the Commonwealth Regional Council of $19,000. The economic development budget includes $25,000 for efforts toward expansion of the county economic development, as well as the annual contribution to the Longwood Small Business Development Center, which remains at $5,488. Additionally, the annual payment to the Tobacco Commission for the UAV Pro trough loan has been included. That is $16,014 annually. The annual contribution to Piedmont Soil and Water Conservation District remains at $8,500. You have the 2 other places that the local appropriation shows up, the local appropriation and the interfund transfer. Again, both budgeted at $5,739,282. The LRA budget contains funding in each department for much-needed facility and/or ground improvements. For repairs and maintenance, budgeted amounts include $50,000 for the residential and commercial tenant properties, $125,000 for the lodge buildings, $25,000 for the officers club, $15,000 for the bowling alley, $10,000 for the small business incubator, and $20,000 for the campground. Additionally, another $25,000 has been allocated to aid the LRA economic development efforts. There is nothing notable in the E911 budget. For waste management, always the elephant in the room, there have been many discussions on how to cut expenses here to include convenient site modifications that would drastically reduce staffing expenses. I once again mentioned the hope that the waste management study will offer some new vision of light on the most effective ways to continue operations. We are planning to utilize carryover savings here to offset the fiscal year 24 expenses where we can. The budget currently includes 12 monthly lease payments for 3 pieces of equipment, as well as a nominal amount for any other unexpected repairs. There is a large reduction in the budgeted leachate amount, and we are optimistic with the current hauling plan in place, those same large expenses will diminish. We once again budgeted for annual engineering expenses. And in efforts to reduce the reserves required to balance the landfill fund, we did not budget for any replacement waste containers. We had been trying to do this annually, but it just didn't seem feasible this time. The annual lease payment for the Genito Road Convenience Site remains at $4,000, and the second phase of the waste management study has been budgeted at $20,000. The planning budget reflects Blackstone's request for funding for the weatherization project that I previously mentioned. That concludes what I have. I'll gladly answer any questions.
All right. So you heard that very extensive, and thank you for the transparency report, Ms. Tomer, so the public can know how far we, how we traveled to get this balanced, a budget balance. Also, I want to mention, I know I have a lot of expertise around me, but I did lean on a lot of times as chairman of this board on Ms. Shackleton, and I know she doesn't do that for any type of credit, but I did lean on her expertise and some ideas before we would meet, because it was hard to get that. We had one night was 3.5 hours, you know, and so we were trying to get there somehow or another. So I appreciate your work too, Ms. Shackleton. So let's talk about the clock a little bit, Mr. Costin. What's your thought if we can get this time? We just don't want to throw any dates out, but you and I had some discussions. Do you mind leading that a little bit?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. You do have in the cover memo that was done by Ms. Tomer, suggested motion that would set your public hearing for June 1. That will require us to know tonight that you want to go forward with advertising this budget. And then that would leave a full week if adjustments or additional special meetings were desired to work those in before your regular meeting, with the hope of adopting at your next regular meeting, which is in June, third Thursday in June. We can push a little bit beyond that, but there is no statutory exception. Even though we're working with a skinny budget from the state that might not even be brought to effect until June 20, there is no exception. We have to have a budget done, a balanced budget proposed and adopted by July 1, before July 1. So Mr. Chairman has the calendar open, so if we were to advertise tomorrow, it would, or send the advertisements into the paper tomorrow, it would advertise on the 31st. Right. No, I'm sorry, on the 24th.
Right.
And then we could go to public hearing on the 1st of June. And then you would have a full week and about a half between that and your regular meeting on the 15th.
And then, so what we do is listen to the public June 1st, and if we have to reconvene, we can reconvene or have discussion and make changes, and then look for approving the budget the 15th.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you think about setting it? I mean, entertain a motion for having the public hearing June 1st at 7 o'clock in this room.
Mr. Chairman, I move to authorize the advertisement of a public hearing on the proposed Nottoway County budget for fiscal year 23-24 and tax levies as presented, and to be held on June 1, 2023
At
7.
at 7 p.m.
I was sick of it, yeah. All right, you hear the motion. I'm writing it down too, Mr. Roy, make sure I got it in my notes. You hear the motion is to have the public hearing in this room June 1st at 7 p.m. Did I get that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Second.
Got a second from Ms. Simmons. Any further discussions? All right.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I do
Yes.
have
That's all right.
just one statement that I want to say to the public for this public hearing purposes. Because we don't have that PPTR, we are going to hear from the public as far as what they think about that tax rate, and maybe we will have those figures available as to what the increase, what the potential revenue increase would be.
Right.
At 41%. We're not going to public hearing saying that this is what we're going to do. We're going to public hearing to hear from the public.
Gotcha. Okay.
So,
good point. All right. Any more discussions? All right. Please, sir, if you don't mind, I've just got to concentrate here for 1 second, then we can talk later. So let me ask one more question since you brought that up. This other discussion is missing is the increases for staff. So whatever we end up coming up with, because the state has given 5%, that is going to happen, and it may be 7%, depending on what the Senate and the House does. Okay, so everybody needs to keep that in their brain, in the back of the brain. Do you understand what I'm saying? We straight? Okay, I just want to make sure because we got a lot of. And we have opened the door. I have opened the door, and I mean it, that staff have the right to come in front of this board to speak on the increases just like everybody else.
that's right.
With no
concerns.
no reprimand, no repercussions. They can speak just like everybody else, okay? All right? Any more discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. I'm sorry about that, Mr. Abbott. I didn't know if you were trying to speak to us or you were speaking to someone. Okay, sorry about that. All right. Excuse me. I've done that too.
Mr. Chairman,
I've
if
done
I
that
may,
too. Yes.
it was very enjoyable having Ms. Shackleton
Oh, yeah.
with me and asking questions and the curiosity about the numbers. And I strongly urge that that continue moving forward.
Thank you. Open conversation. Thank you so much. All right, Mr. Costin, we want to talk about the contribution to Rec Association. Can you introduce that a little bit? And I think she, I know we didn't make any change on next year's budget, but would you talk about that a little bit?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, ladies and gentlemen, during the board's various work sessions the last few weeks, it was noted that the county's past contributions via the towns towards recreational activities for youth have fallen short of need. The board has expressed its desire to address this situation by utilizing $5,000 from its discretionary fund in this year's budget, FY 22-23, to contribute to the Nottoway Youth Recreation Association. Now, the board has been provided some information directly from the Youth Recreation Association that kind of gives you some numbers in terms of their players, what sports, how much they charge, how much they are charged for their various activities. So with that information, staff would offer a suggestion motion that does follow in line a $5,000 contribution to the Nottoway Youth Recreation Association to further their efforts. Just with one caveat being that, like any other contribution that the county makes, there's no guarantee of a future contribution.
Gotcha.
Be happy to take any questions you have at this time.
All right, any questions? I think the discussion, does anybody want to lead that discussion? I think I know Mr. Rourke at one of the public meetings had mentioned about giving them some funding because they had gone through the World Series. But not only that, a lot of these volunteer organizations are struggling with funding and looking at that report, some of the towns are really doing their due diligence, and maybe we haven't had as much as we should have. So that's I want the public to know why that came about.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I could, I'd like to go ahead and put the motion on the floor for, if there's any further discussion past that. I move the Nottoway County Board of Supervisors contribute $5,000 to the Nottoway Youth Recreational Association to further the association's effort at providing recreational programs to the Nottoway County youth.
I'll second that motion. All right, you got a motion, you got a second. Any further discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Mr. Costin, I ask you that when you send that funding, to send a thank you letter for all the hard work and making sure we understand, and thanking all the volunteers for all the hard work they've done over the years with that Rec Association, okay? Letter of appreciation, you have that in your package for Ms. Downs.
Yes, Ms. Downs has served on the Social Services Board for the past 8 years, and I thought it was interesting to note that she did so under 3 different directors and an interim director. So she provided a steady hand on the tiller. So I would offer that letter to you for your signature, Mr. Chairman, and to be delivered to Ms. Downs.
Okay. You hear what the introduction is. I would like for the board to consider. I know we all, I think he just spoke real well about dealing with 3 directors. That's in an interim. That's mind-boggling. And I would ask that we all 5 of us sign this letter, if that's possible. Anyway,
I'd be happy to.
We'll
reformat it.
If we could reformat, and then now I'm entertaining a motion for that.
I so move, Mr. Chairman. She's in my district, and I was the one that appointed her, so she has served very well.
Yeah, fine pick.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Second, and Mr. Chairman, to add to that, it's been a pleasure serving with her on the Social Services Board. She's very professional. She's very intuitive, and anytime she added to the conversation, it was very productive.
Yeah, great.
Wonderful lady.
All right, got a motion, Ms. Simmons, and appreciate your positive comments in both, and a second from Mr. Rourke. Any further discussions? All right. The only change in that would be all 5 would sign, please, Mr. Costa. All right, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Mr. Rourke, I'm going to give you the floor for the comprehensive plan, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
I thought you said, I thought you were going, I was gonna say sheriff's, I was gonna say sheriff's stopper. You ain't over yet.
And I was a few minutes late getting there, Mr. Bowen and board members, but what I noticed in the packet when I got it, and Mr. Zodi, you can probably speak a little bit better to it, because I came in straight in from work and was trying to get my mind off of work and onto what we were looking at, but I noticed there was quite a lot of red. Quite a lot of yellow. And so I just think that whether the planning commission or not decides to have another public hearing, I think we probably should. Some of the things there was very specific about specific things, like the farmland and prime forest, prime forestry and stuff like that, and prime forestry and farm, Jesus. So anyway, I think it would give the public, if they have any more concerns. I believe that the concerns that was presented at the public hearing were addressed. However, it looked like it was so heavy that maybe we should, and I think we can still go to a public hearing and probably adopt it next month if the planning commission is ready to push it forward to us. I don't think that's the problem. I think we can do the public hearing and adopt it if the planning commission is ready. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll be that guy. Okay, Todd Fortune, the assistant director with CRC, attended this meeting, and he brought updates, and a lot of the things Supervisor Rourke were referring to were corrections from previous meetings, the highlights in yellow, and wouldn't you know it, I happen to have some for y'all. So y'all are staying up to date.
Now, these are the changes after the public hearing. Is that right? What I just heard, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Ms. Thompson, you already have them.
Thank you.
I've got them. Good.
Move this back to where it was. Okay. So a lot of the changes were just corrections, changing Fort Pickett to Fort Barford and updating those. And then there's some changes to a few of the tables that are in here as well to respond to the public comment. I'm not sure if we ever really fully addressed I know there's concern about the 10,000 acres of the difference between the two ag census. I know that some of it can be attributed to subdivisions in the rural areas in the county. Some of it could be because people just don't want to farm anymore. And, that's without going into in-depth analysis. It's just sometimes people just want to quit farming. It's just too much. They have a full-time job and then they do this. But then there was the updates, the changes in the second attachment, which includes 5 and 6 of sections 5 and 6 of the comprehensive plan. One of the things was what I initially, prior to the public hearing, had inserted language regarding solar. And what Todd did, he broke it out a little bit, and he inserted state statute, state code regarding comprehensive plans and, the solar part and its role, just in general. And then he changed a little bit of language, but he did mention the cap, the proposed cap for solar. If the county, believe it says, if the county does proceed or move forward, we recommend a cap. And really, to the best of my knowledge, that's most of it. We did change some in the back, the strategies, and we brought up one. Mr. Rourke and I had a brief discussion about that during the meeting about one section said, conduct an audit, something to that effect on one of our strategies in the goals, objectives, and strategies section of the plan. And my response to the Planning Commission was that we look at the capital improvements program, because that is one of their duties under law, that the Planning Commission have a say in the capital improvements program, and ideally the planning of a capital improvements plan. But we don't audit. That's not a function of the Planning Commission, one iota. As Reverend Jones said earlier, he's staying in the lane, but I think that's something the Planning Commission should do. They have enough on their plate regarding maintaining our comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinances. So that was really my take, Mr. Rourke. I hope I represented it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Personally, my take is we've held a public hearing, and my takeaway from that was clearly it's solar ordinance. But the majority of the comments we had regarding solar were geared toward the ordinance and not so much any language in the comprehensive plan. Mr. Rash and Ms. Wooten provided some good input as well about the loss of farmland and whatnot. And, you know, that was excellent. But I think a lot of the public comment was geared toward the ordinance and some of the issues people have with potential solar coming into the county, as was mentioned during Mr. Mason's presentation and Mr. Hamilton's discussion at our comprehensive plan meeting last Tuesday. And that's really it. I think there's some really good points there, but this is a comprehensive plan. This is not the zoning ordinance. And we still don't have a solar ordinance. We don't offer renewable energy in this county at this time.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
may I?
sir. Yeah.
On a couple of points that Mr. Zodi's made, and I think the underlying question for Mr. Rourke, I would agree that the comments that you heard from the public during your joint public hearing was very much centered on solar and really the solar ordinance, but even more so, a particular project that was on the table has been pulled off the table. So that's one. The second thing that I would tell you is that the requirement for the joint public hearing, as I recall, was asked for so that everybody heard the same thing every time. And of course, there have been multiple work sessions with the Planning Commission, and maybe that has slipped away, that there have been other things that have been said that the Planning Commission heard but the board didn't get to hear. The requirement is you have to have a public hearing. You've met that requirement. There's nothing wrong with doing more, but you have met your requirement.
And
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Mr.
I'm sorry, Chair.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, and there was a third thing I wanted to mention. I'm sorry, there was three things I wanted to mention. The other is to let you know about to have a discussion about the cap. We have reached out to Dominion. I have done that myself. I've reached out to Dominion, and I've asked them now twice for that figure. How much electricity do they send into Nottoway that gets used? We haven't gotten that figure. I've done that now with Southside Electric Cooperative, and they've come back wanting to know, well, basically, how do you want us to frame this? Do you want to know a daily count, a weekly count, a monthly count, or a yearly count? And I said, well, give us a month and we can multiply by 12. You know, that'll give us a ballpark. So we really don't even have right now that number that says how much electricity is not, but we're still working on getting that number. Once we have that number, then we can convert over to kilowatts and acreage and
Gotcha.
whatnot.
Right. Once you get the kilowatt number, you know how many acres it does to do that many kilowatts.
Right.
I got you.
But, Mr. Chairman, we might ought to use caution on the month. You got months where people are using heat and running air
So you
conditioning,
probably have
other
to do a
months you
year. Yeah,
don't.
I get you. Mr. Rourke and I, we had a pretty extensive conversation about this, and you know, this is something that I disagreed with him because I said, well, John, you know, we've had the public hearing, but his point, and which is well taken, because if you look, what he's looking at is what's in yellow, and it's a lot of change there, and well, you know, once it goes back, the renewable energy was the elephant on the table, you know, with this whole comprehensive plan. So it's a matter of board members, if you feel like it's enough change to do another public hearing because, you know, you're just making sure we have transparency. I'm the kind of guy I want to go and pull the Band-Aid off because it's not zoning. You know, now zoning is where it's going to get sticky-wicky. And, but anyway, I'll yield to the board. I mean, we always represent the people, and we have to figure out what do we think is fair.
And Mr. Chairman, to your point too, though, it's not stopping us from adopting it on the same day. If we were going to adopt it next month, we can hold a public hearing right before it.
Joe, if I may. What I would like to point out is at the conclusion of our meeting, Ms. Pettis was here, she's one of our representatives, our planning commission members, was that I asked, you know, I requested that we move forward after they have a chance to review the language over the next month and then forward it forward with whatever recommendation they chose, and presumably it'd be positive. You don't want to send a negative.
Right,
But I think it's, you all need to be aware of that as well. So they're going to hand it off to you, ideally next month.
Which
Okay,
means,
and I'll update you with my report as well.
which means then if you do want to do a second hearing, it's got to be advertised.
Right.
So we wouldn't be able to, if you want another hearing, it's going to be July at the earliest. If you don't want to do another hearing, it could be June.
We can't adopt it after the public hearing? Same meeting?
You've had your public hearing. What I'm saying is if you decide not to do a second public hearing, and the planning commission recommends it favorably in June, you can adopt it in June. If you want to do a second public hearing, the planning commission will have to bring it forward to you in June, and then you'll have to set a second public hearing. So July would be the earliest that you could possibly adopt the comprehensive plan.
All right, but what I'm saying is if we go ahead and advertise for June and they don't push it forward to us, then we just cancel the public hearing.
We could do that.
Slow down, because I had to apologize to Mr. Abbott. I'm hearing voices here. So say that again to me now. Say that again.
What Mr. Work is saying is, if you all want to go ahead and advertise for a second public hearing on the comprehensive plan
Okay.
for June, you can do that. But you may not have the planning commission's final recommendation. I think it's kind of hard to advertise, here's a document, and it's 2 days before the document is formally acted on by the planning commission.
Okay, so what you're saying is we wouldn't be able to adopt it anyway to July.
July would be the earliest, because we'd have to advertise and be able to present to the public, this is the final
Yeah,
document.
and if I may interrupt really quick, Ms. Pest brought up an excellent point. You know, we would need a directive from the board on what you all expect them to do by a certain date. And I believe that's in state code.
Well, here's Steve Bourne's brain clock. We got two beasts here. I do not want to adopt the budget on the same night we adopt the comprehensive plan. That's two beasts. Right, right. But anyway.
You're exactly right, Mr. Chairman.
Right, I mean, even though, it's just, even though the public has already heard and so I get you. So then we got to tell Mr. Zodi something. We don't have to, we got to give direction, like our planning commission saying, what do you want us to do? Do you want us to say, look at it one more time? I mean, or you want to take draft off the top, right?
I got the impression that they were going to be ready to push it up to us.
Yes.
In June. So that was the impression I was given. So that's the reason why I'm saying we could advertise for a public hearing, hold the public hearing, and if something happens where they don't push it up to us, you just cancel the public hearing.
No, I said, but you're doing the public hearing in June.
My only reluctance to that is you don't know what the document is going to finally look like that the planning commission is sending to you until 2 days before the public hearing.
I think of the same thing.
Well, so with that terminology, we couldn't adopt it in June.
You can adopt it in June because you've had your public hearing, but
All right, I see what you're saying. Because we've held a public hearing, you're saying we can if they push it up to us.
Right.
But if we want the public to review the changes,
correct.
It would be July.
You've got to have some time for them to be able to look at that changed final document.
Okay, I was trying to speed the process along.
I understand.
But
I
if that's the
understand.
case, then, I don't know. I think we let them do their due diligence, push it up to us, and then we can push it out for an advertisement for public hearing in July then.
And that'll just be a public hearing for the board, correct?
Yes, for the board, not the planning commission.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I got you. I feel like I lost that debate again. Right. Well, I get it though. It's a y'all, but anyway. All right. Well, let's.
What's the board's pleasure? I mean, if that's what they want to do,
if they want to push it up to us, push it up to us.
Tell them push it up. Yeah.
We good.
To go ahead if they're happy with this, take the word draft off of it.
And Todd did say that he would get them bound and everything.
Yeah, get 'em right,
Hopefully
okay.
by next
And
meeting.
that's what I felt the whole time, that
Yes.
it was coming to us in June. The
Well,
only thing is what we were going to do with it after that.
That's right.
The public hearing, that's it. It wasn't nothing on them.
Right.
They've done their job, yeah.
Yeah.
They've done a good job.
And the good part of this conversation, if everybody would thank you for this. Keep this and just keep thinking, see what your thinking is, and have conversation with your constituents.
And
Thank
give me a call if you guys have any questions or if
Thank
citizen
you.
has issues.
Thank you,
Thank you,
thank
Mr.
you
Zoning.
for y'all's work on that.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Roy, for adding that on there. Okay. All right, moving right along. You have the consent items in front of you. Ms. Tomer, you want to just kind of highlight them a little bit?
I apologize for that.
No, that's all right.
I was
We good, we
overzealous
good.
to get back up here.
We good.
Your May consent items consist of 4. The April 2023 operational expenditures for all funds, a budget adjustment for the sheriff, $5,278.54. That is a result of insurance proceeds for a damaged deputy vehicle. We have a budget adjustment for the Commonwealth's attorney for $1,796.40. That is a reimbursement from the Commonwealth's Attorney Services Council for training expenses related to their attendance at the 2023 Spring Institute, and they do that annually. Budget adjustment, last budget adjustment for the sheriff, $971.56, consists of 2 separate Department of Justice Safety Vest Grant Awards totaling $485.78 each.
Gotcha.
If I may ask, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Rourke, is that what you were looking for as far as the
fund-
check register,
the
the
fund
AP
breakdown?
expenses,
Yes.
as far as the breakdown?
Yes.
Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
Just so folks know, there's a cover sheet that lists all the funds, and then they are put in fund order.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's to the departments that they,
Yes.
yes, absolutely. That's perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, you have pretty much an itemized documentation in front of you for the consent items. I'm entertaining a motion to approve as presented, if that's possible.
I so move.
All right, got a motion, Mr. Vaughn. Can I get a second?
Second.
Got a second. Thank you, Ms. Simmons. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Thank you, Ms. Tomer. Again, you got on item L, that don't even come out right. On L section there, you have the informational items. Any questions, clarifications, Mr. Costin and myself? All right, hearing none. Mr. Costin, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, ladies and gentlemen. Since the board's last meeting, I've attended a couple of unusual meetings. One was somewhat irregularly held, but glad to see it's happening, is the Local Emergency Planning Committee. And I was invited to the employee recognition out at Fort Barfoot for the military affairs employees out there. And that included a recognition of retiring Major General Williams, the TAG, that's the Adjutant General, the head of the Virginia National Guard, and I presented him with a Nottoway County lapel pin, one of the nice ones, for his help to Nottoway County. He was very, very helpful to me when I first got here, and of course, along with my arrival, were about 10,000 Afghans. So it was a challenge at that time. The focus on the budget has slowed the work on the personnel policy handbook review, but we actually have a meeting set for tomorrow morning, and once the staff has a cut at that, we will be forwarding to you or to the personnel committee that the chairman has appointed the first cut, our proposed revisions, so you have everything in front of you. I would like to take a moment and talk about the escapees from the Piedmont Regional Jail. Mr. Rourke, myself, and the sheriff are members of that board. We've been fully engaged in what has happened there. The bottom line here is some folks have asked about why we did no code red on that. And we did no code red in consultation with the sheriff that there was absolutely no indication that the 2 escapees were in Nottoway County, or if they had passed through Nottoway County, they passed through very quickly. So we did not want to overuse code red and send out alerts for something that wasn't basically an immediate threat in and about the county. Now, as far as the impact on the budget, some provisions have been, or revisions have been made on the proposed budget for the regional jail. And basically, the fewer people you have there, the fewer demand you have for water, food, and other services. So the loss of those federal detainees and prisoners will result in a reduction of expenses. We're continuing to wrap up the energy improvements here. We did run into a problem with the HVAC units at the circuit court. The unit just didn't last as long as we needed to last, and that unit is being replaced. The final steps to that should occur tomorrow. The Health Benefits Consulting Firm has conducted their client kickoff meeting, and we're conducting following up activities with that. We have had the start of the new building official, Mr. Nick Bowles. Mr. Velicky overlapped for 3 days and departed, and we have conducted interviews for some maintenance positions, both at the LRA and the county complex. We have had one person accept for the county complex position that's being vacated by Mr. Hicks, and Mr. Hicks has left, but he was sitting in the back row for most of the meeting. I'll speak to him about that in just a moment. And we have reviewed, on behalf of the electoral board, applicants for the registrar's position. We'll be reporting out to them next week. Anticipating the retention of the full-time Comprehensive Services Act coordinator, we will pursue recruitment for that position. I noted this last week, but I'd like to note it again for everyone's information. We have received a reimbursement from the Department of Emergency Management, the Virginia Department of Emergency Management, for costs related to the 2021 ice storm, a sum total of $64,184.13. Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, I'm going to go off script for a moment.
Okay, yes, sir. Thank you.
Couple items, one item the chairman asked me to address. With the departure of Ellen Myatt retiring in line with the end of the fiscal year, as is required by state law, we do an audit. It's been done for years and years and years here. Once in a while, there's a little technical, procedural thing that the auditors say, hey, you might want to do this a little bit differently. But there has never, ever been anything significant brought forward in any of the county's audits. With the changeover from Ms. Myatt to Ms. Rayford, who's been appointed by the judge as the interim, there has to be something done called a turnover audit. And this is to make sure that cash balances are correct. This even gets down to counting the number of dog tags that are available for purchase from when they were ordered, how many have been sold, how many are left in the desk. So we will be undertaking the standard audit, in addition to that, a turnover audit. Now let me say this. If we had a situation where Ms. Myatt had filled out her entire term and decided it's time to leave, new person comes in December, we'd be doing a turnover audit in December. So the turnover audit's going to happen anytime the treasurer leaves. If treasurer, and I won't even use a name here, if a locality's treasurer gets hit by a bus and deceased, then there has to be a turnover audit between those two treasurers. So that's getting ready. That actually the audit, the annual audit has already started, and the turnover audit is a little bit deeper dive than what you normally do, but that's the audit that's being done. I mentioned Mr. Hicks. Mr. Hicks is retiring. He's a Navy veteran. He's former DOC. And he's been probably one of the most helpful people day in, day out around here with maintenance issues. He has really been very helpful during the ABM project. He's been at their hip the whole time, and we will miss Mr. Hicks, Willie Hicks. Now the big one. This is Ms. Tomer. In lighter moments, I have described her not as my right hand, but my right arm, my left leg, a kidney, a couple of ribs, and she always reminds me, don't forget your spleen. She's been very important to my transition in here. I will share with the board that when you interview for a position, it's a two-way street. Do you want to work here? Do you want me to work for you? In talking with Mr. Anzavino during that period of time, he was absolutely praising Ms. Tomer, and I found that his assessment was spot on. I have only said this one time in my career, all my comings and all my goings. And I said it one time to the retiring state coordinator after 16 years as the head of that agency. Ms. Tomer, it has been an honor and a pleasure to work with you. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Very well said. And that the conversation I did have with Mr. Costin is about what he referenced to as a turnover audit. There's certain things that keep you up at night. And one of them is when you have two seasoned people like Ellen Myatt leaving, and who's your treasurer, and then you have your finance director of 20, you've been here for 21 years leaving, very close together. That keeps me up at night. And we need to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money, and we need to make sure things, and you know, I've got this saying, trust but verify. We need to make sure things are right, okay, for that turnover. So I appreciate, I know I've heard different types of audits that we've had discussions about, but I really wanted to clarify that, and so absorb that a little bit, and then we'll have more discussions, I'm sure.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I got a question to his report here. Earlier in a meeting here, we had someone mention about the code of conduct. I want to send that a little bit further and talk about some honesty and accountability and transparency here. There was a FOIA request that I made through staff to the school on April 27th. And that information was very specific. Only part of that information was received. I still have not gotten that information, and you and your staff did forward that information to Dr. Grimes at the school, is that correct?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Since it was determined that the request time had lapsed, there were some additional questions that were sent to Dr. Grimes as well, and they, to this point, I have not gotten that, which is again past the FOIA time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So there's a FOIA violation, is what you're saying?
Two of them.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, as we have received it, we have shared it.
Okay.
To everyone.
And correct me if I'm wrong, what you did receive was only part of the first request.
That's correct. That's correct.
Mr. Costin, if you would, sir, if you would you share that email with the board for verification that you forwarded on? I mean,
yes, sir.
I think you.
Yes, sir.
I think I've already seen it, but I want to make sure that all board members sees that. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I think under the circumstances, because as y'all heard here tonight, there is some serious confusion as to what's going on here. This board was drug into court for a FOIA violation. I think this county staff made this request. I'd like to ask this board to consider staff to move forward with legal proceedings towards Dr. Grimes and the county schools to produce those documentations and to file for mandamus tomorrow morning in the General District Court.
Okay, go to closed session. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Public, that's Ms. Heather from Sands Anderson. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Roy, if we would shut that down until we get in closed session.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for advice. Okay. All right. With that said, Mr. Roy, you still have the floor as far as comments from the members of the board. Anything else that you wanted to share with the board?
Yes, sir. Just briefly here. And I understand I go public on Facebook Live and stuff like that. I understand at times it's abrasive. But I answer to the people, and I will continue to do so while I serve. I will not be silenced when the citizens ask for help. It is very important for staff to have a voice, but more importantly, that the kids are safe and the parents feel safe about sending their kids to school. I have always offered myself to be available to talk to anyone in Nottoway County if they have an issue. It doesn't matter if it's one person or 1,000, I will give them my undivided attention. And specifically to Mr. Jones tonight and Dr. Grimes, anytime they would like to talk, I will absolutely make myself available to them at their schedule, at their leisure. And we can have these conversations that Mr. Jones mentioned about tonight, if we want to talk face-to-face, then I am more than willing to do that.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, and I'm sorry, it's so much. Thank you for everything you have done and what education you've given me, because I don't have much at times. So thank you for your service to this county. It's greatly appreciated, will be greatly missed. And I'm gonna have a lunch with Sharon Harrop, and what she don't know, I'm gonna make her buy it because she's snatching you. So she's gonna pay for that one. Best of luck to you.
Ms. Simmons, Supervisor Simmons.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to Mr. Hicks for doing an excellent job for the county, and we are losing a great person. And Miss Tomer, my little sweetheart, Miss Tomer. Gonna make me cry. She's been an asset to our county, and we are losing a jewel. Nobody can do it like Katie. Katie has been there for all of us. She's done so much for this county, and we need to find out why, because it's not right. And we love you. I love you. And thank you for all that you've done and all that you do.
Very well spoken. Anything else, Ms. Simmons?
Yes, and Ms. Yates, I will address your questions, or make sure that you have the answers to your questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fair
That's
enough,
all I
fair
have.
enough. Thank you. This is our time. You can talk to her after the meeting. All right, Mr. Vaughn, this is your time, sir. You got the floor.
I'm probably the only person here who was there when Katie was hired. Yes. And she has done a tremendous job for us. And Katie, you know I hate to see you leave. There's no doubt about that. But we wish you well, and know that you will do well. Good luck to you.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Ms. Shackleton?
Well, I just want to add to everyone else, thank you for everything. Thank you for all the patience that you've showed me with all my millions of questions about municipal budgets, and for teaching me so much. We will miss you, and I hope this is going to be a wonderful career move for you, and you'll be happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shackleton. I had a meeting, so just to be completely transparent, I'm not asking the board to vote on anything tonight. Some things, come to light, and I know once I found out Ms. Tomer was leaving, was really before, right? It was really almost the same day. I had arranged, ex-mayor Marzette to arrange a lunch with Mr. Prosize and Mr. Rourke. I felt like we let some, if you work somewhere for 10 years, I've always said this, and maybe you might agree with me, you disagree, it doesn't matter. That's the way I feel. 10 years is a job, 20 years is a career, but 30 years is a lifetime. So I have been talking to them to see if we can do a resolution. I'm also going to have, we'll have some, we're going to go in closed session, and I've asked, that was a change. I've asked Ms. Tomer to do she was gracious to do that, to do an exit interview. I know there's people out there that we started giving awards to, but there's some who left here, was here for years, people at the landfill. I want to cover that and let them leave with in a gracious manner, and we show them respect. Whether we disagree with them or whether we agree with them, it doesn't matter. It's leaving with respect and show them that we appreciate, whether you like Mr. Rourke or Mr. Prosize or Ms. Tomer, you can't say that they didn't love the county. You might disagree with them, but nobody stays that long or works that hard without loving it and caring about it. So we're going to go in closed session, but before I do that, Heather, if you don't mind, make sure I'm right. I'm going to ask for a motion to go in closed session. And I'm asking Ms. Shackleton to put that in there. But now that Mr. Rourke has brought up something else, does the motions we have tonight cover everything?
I believe so.
Okay, have you seen what the motion, you haven't seen the written motion?
Well, yes.
Briefly,
Would you,
could we just run through it's A7, A8, and A1?
I just want to make sure, and if not, if we need to write code, and if not, we'll have to put that on another agenda for another meeting.
Mr. Chairman, while she's researching that, I just want to clarify a point that you made here when you spoke about Mr. Procyse and Mr. Rourke, that you were talking about Mr. Ronnie Rourke.
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry, yeah, got you.
You haven't been here that long, John. We couldn't be
I
talking
know,
about
right?
you.
I know, right? But I just want to make sure.
No,
I just want to
gotcha.
make
I
sure.
referred to Mr. Ronnie Rourke, Mr. Rourke for years. I've
Because
always referred
Steve calls me everything but Mister.
That's
I
it's a
promise
good
you
chance.
that.
It's a good chance.
And, Mr. Chairman, one more thing. I have qualified for reelection.
Oh, congratulations.
For the ballot.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have not qualified for reelection.
You want a retirement tour, ain't you?
So public, just if we could wait for a few minutes, I want to make sure we got this one. Heather, we fine? Okay, with that said, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your help. With that said, Ms. Shackleton, would you put the motion on the floor, please, to go in closed session?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move that the Board of Supervisors of Nottoway County, Virginia adjourn into closed meeting pursuant to Code of Virginia 2.2-3711A7 for consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probable litigation. Where such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the public body, specifically regarding personnel matters and land use regulatory enforcement. 2.2-3711A1, assignment and performance of specific county employees, specifically relating to personnel matters now pending in county administration. And 2.2-3711A8, consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel, specifically regarding non-current litigation.
Second.
All right, got a motion on the floor, got a second. Any further discussion? My further discussion I have, Ms. Tolman, if you don't mind, I would ask you to stay here. I'd like to put the exit interview last, and if you would stay here and so graciously come back in with a very comfortable exit interview. Okay, thank you so much. Hearing that from her, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Ms. Heather, would you be back here with us, please, ma'am, too? Okay. We're going in closed session. I'm sorry. Yeah, Mr. Zodi. All right, it's only in America, right? I'm entertaining a motion for us to come back in, open session, please. All right, I got a motion, Mr. Roy, can I get a second?
Second.
All right, got a second one. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Now I'm entertaining a motion to certify.
Certification of closed meeting. Whereas the Nottoway County Board of Supervisors had convened in closed meeting on this date pursuant to affirmative recorded vote in accordance with provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and whereas 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by the Board of Supervisors that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Nottoway County Board of Supervisors hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, 1, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements of the Virginia law was discussed in the closed meeting, to which this certification resolution applies. And 2, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the Board of Supervisors. And 3, no action was taken in the closed meeting regarding the items discussed.
All right, you hear the motion, can I get a second?
Second.
All right, got a second. Mr. Costin, I'll ask you to certify, please.
Yes, sir. Supervisor Vaughn, do you so certify?
Yes.
Supervisor Shackleton, do you so certify?
Yes.
Supervisor Simmons, do you so certify?
Yes.
Supervisor Rourke, do you so certify?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, do you so certify?
Yes.
You have a 5-0 vote, everyone certifying.
All right, now I'm entertaining a motion to continue the meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I move to continue the meeting due to the need for additional legal counsel. I move we continue tonight's meeting to Tuesday, May 23rd at 6 p.m. at the County Emergency Operations Center.
All right, I have a proper motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, got a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. This meeting will be continued to 6 o'clock Tuesday, May 23rd at the EOC. Thank you very much. Y'all have a good night.
May 23rd.
When we mentioned continue the meeting, I thought the sheriff would fall out of his chair. He said, how long y'all continue this thing? It's another night, Sheriff.